Live. All right, good morning, Nightsmith. All right, looks like everything's working today. Phantasmagorical. Pop out the chat. Let's get all the stuff loaded. Copy. Load you into the chat. Click-a-doo. All right. Good morning, and how is everyone doing today? Fantastic Saturday. I am actually awake for the start of a stream for a change, which is surprising. Oh, 3 people already in the box. Look at that. So how's everyone doing today? Let's just share this around. Yeah, it's a beautiful day, guys. It's an absolutely beautiful day outside. I was able to get up, I ate breakfast. Shouldn't do everything in all caps, I guess. So, I should probably, yep, is live. With Giveaway. Okay. Let's get this shared around. Share to that. And then we're going to share to the Red Door Creative page. Share. Come on. And go to the little twiddler. So I got some new stuff in yesterday, which is fantastic. I'm going to be using it today. And Twitter is tweeted. Okay, so like I said, I got some stuff in yesterday. I got some new thread. This is Riza thread. It's much finer, much stronger, and it's pre-waxed as opposed to what I had previous. Got some John James number 18 needles in, which are much thinner than what I've been using, so it should be easier for me to hand stitch things. I got an edge bevel. Got an edge beveler in. This one actually has replaceable heads for different sizes, which is beautiful. I don't have to try and struggle with a straight razor now, trying to do that. And I got an edge finishing kit, which is some gum trag. This lovely stuff right here. Smells fantastic, by the way. I don't know what it is, but it smells fantastic. And I got a slicker. I know I can make one, but I got this whole kit, so it came with it. And I got some leather. They say it's 4 or 5 ounces. It's way thicker than that. I'm thinking this is like 6 or 7 ounces. But whatever. I need to figure out something to do with that. I think I'm gonna do some coasters with it. But it's black, it's double shoulder, so I mean it's just huge. Huge amount of leather. Veg tan, super soft and supple. Awesome. So I'm not sure what I'm going to make out of it. And let's see, there's some people in the chats. So let's hop over there. Let's get the wrist rolled up. And then we can get this show on the road. All right, here's the coffee. Good morning, Eileen. Good morning, Joey. I go back to work tomorrow, so I'm scared. Otherwise, Eileen goes back to work on the 11th. She's not sure we're ready. She's in a dental office, and Jill is at work. So good morning, Joey. Good morning, Eileen. Good morning, Jill. I'm sorry to hear all of that. That is definitely frustrating and terrifying. I do hope all of you will be okay going back. We'll just have to sit back and see, I guess, and stay as safe as possible. Well, thank you nonetheless for joining me this morning. So today we're going to be making a Moleskine cover. Now this is the traditional Moleskine. It's just a little notebook. Usually has a little pocket in the back. Very flimsy, but very small. These are great. I take these with me everywhere I go for writing notes. I've actually written a couple books in these things. They're fantastic little notebooks. However, they also suck at the same time because they're flimsy, they're junky, they're just kind of crappy construction. So they're great for what they are, and they're stupid cheap. But I think we can do something about that, because I highly suggest if you're a creative person, always keeping one of these. Now, I also have these. I got these I think as a gift. They're adventure logs, so I'm going to be including one of these with the giveaway. Bradley Mountain. These are a little bit more hardy, better. Better cardboard, but still, it's just cardboard. So what these ones are adventure logs. So you number them on the front if you really care that much. They have little pages in here, for different things that you're doing. What time of year it was, where are you, who are you with, what are the conditions, the notes. So they're kind of a cool little notebook. So I'll be giving one of those away. But yeah, these are the traditional Moleskines. They're pretty much the same size. So what we're going to be making today is going to fit for both of them. I'm going to make it so that each one can fit, and we're going to make it out of that brown leather that I have. I just think it's a little bit, it's thinner, so it'll accompany the thin notebook just very nicely. So let's get started on that here in a moment. Let's see, is anyone else coming in? See, 4 people in here. Beautiful. So what is everyone's plans for the day? I know a bunch of you are working and stuff. When you get out of work, I know Jill, I was talking to you last night about your about that stuff you're making, that lavender violet concoction. It sounds absolutely delicious. I so want to get my hands on some of that. Very nice. I had one that had the water repellent paper, but it's fading apart. I've had it for a decade. Wow. That's cool. I love these things. They are fantastic. I actually almost finished writing a whole book in them, because I would take them when I went to parties and stuff, and they'd always be in my pockets. And whenever anytime I'd had any idea, I just jot it down. It was fantastic. But they eventually went through the washer because I forgot about them in my pocket, and there's no protection for them. So I hope that never happens to anyone else, and hopefully this will help prevent that for someone in here. See, Jill gets out at 3:30, going to strain the syrup when I get home. Awesome. Eileen, ink for the printer will be here so I can do the water slide shirts for Nightsmith and go for a walk today since it'll be 70. 70, beautiful. I think I'm actually going to end up taking Connor for a walk or two around the block. Just put him in a stroller and just go for a little jaunt. It is so nice out, especially since it's been so crappy the last couple of days. Now, let's see. Project camera is actually working today. Yay! So let's get that guy focused in so we can actually all see what we're doing. And we'll get started on building something. Because I love building stuff while you guys are here with me. Looks a little bit better. Beautiful. All right, let's jump over to the project camera. So first thing is get a nice accurate measurement of this doobly-doo. And we're gonna have to get a little bit bigger. So we are, let's call it 5.5. So let's say, are we gonna do a stitch line all the way around the outside? I think we'll do a stitch line all the way around the outside. So we'll do 5 3/4. And then here we are 3.5. And it is, what is this? About 3/16 inch thick. So 3.5, 3.5, 7. So let's do 7.5. Will you fit it actually? No, you won't. All right. It's gotta be pocket. We're also gonna put some pockets and stuff and some storage for a pen in there. So let's cut a fresh slice of leather. We'll go from there. Let's see, you are a used blade on both sides. Still get some use out of this one side. I cannot wait to see how the shirts turn out, Eileen. I am so excited. Like, so excited you don't even realize how excited I am. I'm that excited. Okay. Let's cut this guy right here. That should be enough, right? Should it? I don't know. That's enough. Gorgeous. Okay, so we need a back. We'll get the back out of this. This guy will be 2 internal pockets. And then I'm going to try and get the holding flap out of, this piece up here. So let's get on, shall we? And I know it's only 9:15, but share this around with people. Let's get some get the word out there and get some more people in here. Get people talking. It's more fun when there's more people. And as we're starting this, I'd really like to give a nice, good shout out to all my Patreons over at patreon.com/Knightsmith. You guys help fund me. You guys help, put this together. The reason I'm able to do giveaways like this is because of my patrons. So huge shout out to all of you guys. And they are, in no specific order, Brendan Hanna, Eileen Braden, Hannah Knox, Laura Blackwell, Maria, Tammy Gillette, and Troy O'Grady. You guys are awesome, and thank you so much. You guys really are fantastic, and I appreciate each and every single one of them. So we need to get the square. Get a nice square cut on here. Let's see. First, this is bottom square. It should be. That is not a square cut on the bottom. Shame on me. Actually, let's flip this over. So it wants to lay flat. Glad I could help a fellow craftsman. Well, Eileen, I am very glad you can help me too. Because stuff gets expensive. And I'm sure you and Jill know that very, very well. Okay, nice square edges. So what do I need? 7 3/4 by, what did I say, 3.5? No. Okay, so, I really should write these numbers down and stuff, but where's the fun and excitement in that? So we're going to do 7 3/4. So let's see if we can get that out of this first. And I think we can just eke that out. So we'll should I do it this way? I think that would be the smarter direction. So, see, let's get a good round number on here. Round number. Well, it's not really going to be a round number, but let's do 6 3/4. And then we'll do the 7 3/4 on this side. Right there. Okay, there's the back shell. Beautiful, nice and square. All right. And that'll wrap around beautifully. All right. So this back flap, how should we approach that? Should I do it where the natural edge is? That'd almost be kind of handsome, I think. Oh, I think that would be nice. So yeah, let's do it right there. So this is a nice square edge. This should be a nice square edge. So where do I need this to fall? Let's do it somewhere up there. Oversize it, we'll cut it back. This might actually end up being a much shorter Saturday than usual. Hope you guys are okay with that. Instead of sitting here for 4 hours watching me tinker. That. Then we have to address the inner flaps. Let us see. Well, Jill, thank you for sharing the Coffee with Knightsmith live stream. So I think 2 pockets on the inside. It'll be like that. I'll come over this way and hold it. So, show. This guy is 3.5. So the first one should probably be about 3 1/4. By 5.5. Let's see that. So let's do, how wide are we here? This is 5.5 all the way up. All right. Let's do this. Let's get a square cut here at 5.5, up as high as we can get. And we'll do 3.25, and we'll do some interesting cuts to make this piece not be waste. So if you know me at all, you know I loathe waste. Actually, that won't work that way. So we're going to have to do them this way. I guess we're going to have waste no matter what we do, kids. That's all right. We'll do 3.5 here. We'll run that all the way up. Because I have a plan for these little pieces that are almost waste. And then you have to be 5 and something long. And I am just going to oversize all of these cuts, and we will trim to fit everything together. So we got you there. That's good. And we will I don't know what I'm doing. Do 5 3/4. How's Rich, Eileen? I haven't seen him on here in quite a while. I miss him. And how is Bowser? I miss that little monster as well. That's first pocket. So we will have use for this guy. He's doing well. My laptop needs a big upgrade, being that I don't use it now that I have the iPad. He listens. Well, I'm glad he listens. Bowser is good. He had a play day yesterday while I dog sat, so he's tired. Oh, what a poor soul. Oh, poor puppy. Getting all tuckered out. Should get on here. He should Get on and hang out with us. He is one of my best friends, after all. Let's do it at the 7-inch mark. That should look nice right there. Inches. And let's see. I think if I have this pocket come out 7 3/4, or to the 2 3/4 here, come up just a hair, and then cut back. I think that'll look pretty. He says, "Oh man, I miss you too." Oh, good. Well, tell him once this whole lockdown shit is over, he should get off his ass and come and visit. Okay, so we got that. And how tall is this notebook again? We plan on it. Good. Good to hear. Let's use this notebook to nip that little guy there. All right. So I'm just going to freehand a cut here, see what looks good. One pocket. So we're going to look like this. That in the back, and that'll be there. Interesting thing is these are all just kind of variations of wallets. And that'll look like that. Notebook goes in there, you'll have a pocket there and a little pocket there, and I'll get a little thingy up here. So, time to use that fantastic edge beveler. I need to bevel all of these pieces. And you do this guy, and that. So it's kind of difficult with this thinner leather getting a bevel on it. So I'm just gonna kind of freehand it a little bit. Will this work? It just gets too close to the it works so much better than trying to hold it. All right. All right, I think I have a process for this now. slick these edges over. It's one edge. I'm missing the normal crew that we get in here. It's a slow day in Knightsmith land. No Joe. No Daniel. No Michaela. No Laura. My brother's not here today. Did I say something? Did it offend people? What's going on? I am in love with this tool, by the way. I presume Laura's asleep still. She was going to go grocery shopping when the stores opened at 9. Well, that could be that very well could be it, or she could be shopping. There's 2 edges done, and this one's going to be a pain in the ass. That's a thing of beauty. Nice long. She would have let me know a good amount of stuff is for us. All right, well, I hope she's doing well then. I hope she gets back to us soon. A little sip of coffee. It's because I am here. Last time was all glitched up. This time no one wants to be here. Oh, Jill. You're not the only harbinger of my mental breakdowns. And how's work going for you now, Jill? Okay, and that's all 3 edges. So now we're going to slick them all with some gum trag. Let's get this shaken up nicely. And then the magic happens. This stuff smells out of this world good, by the way. Gotta kind of saturate the edge. I was playing with this a lot last night. It is awesome stuff. Now they give you a dauber for it, but nah, I'm not gonna waste a dauber on this. I'm gonna wait till I start getting untan or undyed veg tan and use it to dye on that. So I found with this super thin leather that this stuff works best, at least on this leather here. If you go over it once, let it dry, and then hit it again with some more gum. So put that one aside. Let's do this guy. And what this stuff does, if you're not familiar, is it kind of soaks into the fibers and allows you to lay them down, so you get a nice smooth edge, because the edge of the leather, no matter how sharp your knife is going to be slightly rough. And no matter how much you mess with it, if you don't do some sort of an edge treatment, it's always going to have that weird rough edge. So you don't want to apply pressure here, just move it back and forth on the edge slicker, and it'll kind of lay those fibers down and help interlace them. One edge, and hit this guy one more time here. We'll go over these guys one more time once we're confident that it's kind of dry and tacky. this will get you a nicely burnished edge. And the cool thing about an exposed leather edge that's been burnished, the more it gets used, the better it gets. I love it when things work out that way. Like, Jill, you probably realize this, but everyone else might not. Chainmail, or actually it's just mail, is self-cleaning. You never have to polish it. The act of it moving, oh, there we go. The act of it moving against itself polishes it. So, wearing it keeps it pretty. The more you wear it, the prettier it becomes. All right, there we go. Beautiful. Beautiful. I saw that arm guard. It looked gorgeous. Why were you having a hard time smoothing the edges? Was it just not cooperating, or was it did the fibers not want to lay down? That's good. You did an amazing job on that, by the way. I was very impressed. I love seeing my friends get all crafty. You should actually post a picture when you get a chance to the Knightsmith Facebook group. I love seeing people come in there, and I want people to come in there and show off some of their stuff too. It's not just a one-man band. To completely finished, and we'll move on to, ooh, don't want to spill this stuff. While I love how it smells, I don't want it all over the place. Might have been too dry. Yeah, the leather was old and had a few defects. What were you trying to, how were you trying to slick the edges down? Were you just trying to polish them down, or were you trying to add some sort of a buffing compound, or what was going on? Because I've used beeswax in the past, and it was with pretty good results. But sometimes you need to add a little flame to the beeswax as well. And that's where you need to get careful, real careful. All right, got these guys all edged. They're looking fantastic. I don't know if you can see that. I don't know if it'll show up on camera, but beautiful polished over. You can see that nice little sheen on there. That's what you're looking for. All right, these guys done. Now it's time to start stitching things. Actually, not quite. Well, actually it is. You stitch this guy first. Stitch it first? No. I just need to get this attached like that. We're gonna do that. It's a little proud up top. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. So I think, very pretty, thank you. I think, let's see, that'll be an 1/8 inch in. I do want to stitch that top. So I want to stitch that, and that will remain loose. You stitch you. That means I need that stuff. Where is it? Oh, where did that stuff go? There it is. It was hiding. I had beeswax and a wood block to take the initial edge. When it wouldn't cooperate, I painted the heck out of it with leather paint. That works. Actually, since this isn't going to the top, this needs to be slicked as well. I'm not ready to stitch. Let me do this guy. I haven't got into any edge paint yet. Having to be that precise is still a little frightening to me. I like to play it a little fast and loose. If you couldn't tell, I'm just making all this stuff up as I'm going. All these patterns and stuff. It's working. They're coming out nice, but doing edge paint requires a lot more precision and forethought. And I'm not quite there yet. Something else I didn't do. I need to bevel this edge. That's why it's looking like the dog's breakfast. I'm gonna bevel, might as well bevel both. that dry for a moment. Okay, so that's what I need to do. And I should probably stick down all 3 sides. Actually, I should probably stick down all sides right here. So I just have that open. You think I should hit it with a little beeswax? I think I should. Yeah, the beeswax will give it a nice little seal. I'm thinking about buying some beeswax off a local bee maker, but they're just going to sell me the raw comb. So I need to find out how to process it. Beeswax on here. Don't need all that much. Beautiful. Okay. I think I'll have to go back and hit all those others with some beeswax too. Might as well do that off the bat, just so that I don't forget. Let's move this back a little bit so you can actually see kind of what I'm doing here. A little bit easier to work closer to me with this stuff. Not even sure if this is real beeswax or not because of its consistency and coloration. Let's see, Jill. I have some raw comb at home as well. I have thought about processing it, but never got around to it. Yeah, I'm not all sure of what's involved. I think it would be fun, but I'm not sure. I am not sure if I would have fun with that process or not. Okay, and I'm pretty sure it's just boil it, strain it, boil it, strain it, boil it, strain it, and then pour it into a mold, I think. I'm not 100% sure though. Shame we don't know someone who's a bee expert or anything. That is very nice edge now. Much, much nicer with the beeswax on it. I don't know if you guys can see that. Much prettier edge, very shiny all around. All right, there we go. Now we can start. The main problem with this leather, and it's the main problem with this leather is it's so supple that it's actually difficult to actually work with at a certain point. And nope, not at all. Bees in the 5-year plan. Ooh. That'll go along very nicely with your garden, Jill. Very nicely indeed. And I found using this TEDS tape on the flesh side, you want to hammer it in first. That way, you get adhesion to the flesh. Otherwise, it just wants to pull up. Which is just not very nice. So a little hammer time. Let's peel this stuff back. Let's find a good starting spot. Let's start up here. There's one. Didn't work at the end, because why would it? Let's see if we can liberate just a little bit more of that. There we go. All right, now, the better I line this up, the better it's going to look. All right. Beautiful. Now you got that little pocket right there. Stuff some things in. All right, because you got to stuff it good. Like this. We got to need this guy. Let's make sure this is set to 1/8 inch. All right. And let's see here. thing with this, using these new needles, I'm not exactly used to how long they are yet. I was doing a couple practice stitch lines last night, and it was a little problematic. I actually ran out of space because the needles were much longer than the older ones I was using. Which is fine, as long as I realize that so I can account for it. Should know. Let's even up the thread. What else is in that 5-year plan of yours, Jill? And if bees are in the 5-year plan, we might have to learn how to make some mead. I'm actually planning on making some mead this year. And why isn't Kelsey in the live stream? So that one, and I guess I can do this stitch line too. Now can't I? Then, what's the better cutting head? What's this guy right here? Yeah. So there's my needles. Oop. So strange, the thread I'm working with now is waxed and the stuff I had previous was not. It's a little bit difficult getting used to. Not terribly, but a little. I don't know if you can hear that thread pulling through the through his letterless here. But that is such a satisfying sound to me. I don't know why, but it's small things like that that really tickle my fancy. You know, first I was kind of bummed that I couldn't get the larger stitching irons, but I'm rather happy because all these projects I'm ended up doing on these things are pretty small, and the 3mm looks really gorgeous. Whereas the 4, 5, or 6 might have looked a little too large. No, the 4 probably not, but these are all wallet type things, so. Wallets, gloves should all have that smaller, tighter stitch. And we'll snip. Let's hammer these down. All right. There we got a nice pocket. That looks good. Just ordered yeast to try a batch of dandelion wine. Ooh, that's something I've always wanted to both make and try. Ooh. But from what I hear, it takes a shit ton of dandelions. So I've never gotten around to it. That is so cool, though. That is so cool. Which yeast are you going to be using? Normally I use champagne yeast for when I'm doing my ciders, but I might be switching that up soon. Because realistically, the differences between the yeasts are pretty small, whereas like a lot of people have, a big hump up their ass about it, but most of the differences between the yeasts are actually pretty small and insignificant. So I think that, and then this will go here. Oh yeah, this is coming together beautifully. I'm glad I made this just a little bit smaller. Little detail right there. This will get the pocket right in here. And this guy will go somewhere. I'll butt this up here. And does it look better like that? Kind of centered, or a little bit towards the bottom. I think that looks better, a little bit more towards the bottom. What do you guys think? Bottom, centered, or top? There's top. There's centered. And there's bottom. Let's see. We have 5 people in here. Let me know, guys. What do you think? Top, middle, or bottom? While you are deliberating amongst yourselves, I need to do the loop for the pen. Now, pens centered. Okay. I could do one that's a hole like that, or I could do one that's a little bit more cut off. I think we'll do a nice big loop like that. Actually, you know what might be pretty? Getting a little bevel here on the bottom. So let's do that, and we'll do it centered, like Eileen suggests. Let's do this. Hopefully this doesn't deform it permanently. I think just a little beauty cut here. Don't want too striking. Something. We'll do that. Okay. Now we need to bevel and slick these edges. And I need to try and skive this guy back here And ooh, this is gonna strange things up. So I need to bevel and slick this, and then I need to bevel and slick this, wherever this is gonna be. Let's do this guy first. Okay, oh, let's do the back sides too. Can't forget the back side. There we go. Starting to get the hang of this this beveling thing. And I think starting this about an inch down. Oh, how big's a pen? So let's do let's do a 1/4 inch down. And then from there we need this to be skived out to here. On both of these. let's see. I need at least an 1/8 inch. So how about I do a 1/4 inch? Roughly that. So, yeah. All right. So we need to scav a couple pieces down. Hopefully I can do this. I think I'll be able to. But let's drop this guy down here. Laura, hey! Get the cutting block out of the way. Welcome to the party. And I beveled these edges and I didn't skive them. How's progress? Well, pretty good actually. I'm playing with some new tools, some new toys. I'm working on skiving out some things. This is going to be the pen holder. That should be nice and tight there. How far along on you? Almost halfway. A little bit more than halfway, I don't know. Was just wiping down groceries and handling other stuff. You didn't miss a whole lot. It's actually been rather quiet in here. Jill is going to be making some dandelion wine in the near future, and she was making some awesome stuff. Was just wiping down groceries and handling other stuff. I missed anything and had to reset the stream as the chat room hasn't updated in like 40 minutes. Neato. Well, that's not good. It should be updating. It's updating on my screen. About to start doing the same. Wiping groceries, I mean. Fun stuff, kids. Fun. Okay. We're all just watching, or in my case, watching and cleaning up the craft room, getting ready for a post on the business Facebook, plus making room for new toys coming next week. Oh boy. It is now. And dandelion wine. Dandelions are actually a very interesting thing. They were brought over here during colonization as a form of medicine. You can eat the entire plant. They're fantastic for the bees. But they were brought over here during colonization, and the reason is they're an analgesic, a mild painkiller. And so they do a fantastic job. But I'm not sure the exact process, but you can use, I believe it's the stem and the flower to make the dandelion wine. Please, Jill, correct me if I'm wrong. And then you can use the leaves as greens in a salad. So it's a very useful plant, and I think they're gorgeous. Okay, so let's remark this. We're doing a 1/4 inch in and a 1/4 inch down on both of these. So I know where to place everything. Huh, all this time I was told they were just weeds. Yeah, a lot of people don't realize all of the interesting plants that we have around us. And I honestly think that's a shame, because there is so much that is out there for us to see and discover, if we just have a little bit of guidance. Like, you know, those ugly ass trees that are kind of scrubby that grow along the along every construction site, staghorn sumac. They are actually fantastic to make firewood out of. They grow very fast, so they're very good in mine reclamation projects. They provide a lot of shelter for small animals. You can make a tea out of the the red fruit. It's kind of bitter. They're actually a relatively good wood to make walking sticks out of too, because they grow so straight. Everyone hates them, but I think they are rather nice plants. Lilacs are my favorite, definitely. They smell just divine. They are fantastic flowers. I love lilacs. And you're right, everything does have its use. However, it's useless unless you know what that use is. Let's see, Jill. Yep, dandelions as in the flower weed. I'm trying to do some backyard foraging to entertain my daughter. Well, if anyone can do it, Jill, you can. Okay, and let's get this closed up first. Is going to be, we have lilacs too, but they aren't doing well this year. Oh, that's sad. The ones with the white bark, no, they actually have a grayish bark. They look kind of plain. The ones you're thinking of, Laura, are the quaking aspens. Oh, I don't want to put this down yet. That's trash. I need to slick this edge. Aspen trees are very interesting plants because, and those are good for mine reclamation as well. But they're not single trees. They're actually a big host organism. Um, and so if you, and they clone themselves. So if you see like a stand of 5 or 6, um, 5 or 6 quaking aspens all together, that's actually one plant. That they're not individual trees. Let's see. Perhaps next party I'll bring dandelion wine if it comes out okay. Uh, I want to try it whether it comes out, in your opinion, good or bad. I've never had any before, and I am very curious about it. I'm very curious about a lot of things, but let's get this edge slicked over here. Chris still owes me some cider. Yes, I do, and I have it bottled and burped. I just don't have the ability to get it to you yet. Next available chance I have, I will bring you some. Let's see, you can certainly do it. It's just massively frowned upon. Yes and no. Because I also have a wife to answer to. Who doesn't want me even going to the shop even though no one is there. Let's see, Jill. It has been interesting learning what is growing wild in the yard. We also have nettle, looking up recipes for that. I heard nettle tea is fantastic, and actually rather good for you. And I think that's also an analgesic as well. Again, mild, but it's there. So is pine needle tea. Ooh, and you can do some pine beer. But someone could have been there, and that's the point she makes. I'm considering asking my landlady to let me garden on the side of my apartment. That would be cool. Gardens are always fantastic ideas. I think so, at least. Trying to get up some friction in here. I think that should be good. Let's hit this with the beeswax. Let's get a little waxy on there. What would you like to grow in your garden there, Laura? And let's do this side. Let's see. Ooh, Jill is inviting Laura to go play in their yard and garden. I do have to say, Jill, you have an amazing house and an awesome yard. All right, beautiful. I will not bevel these edges. I'll just go from where it ends up happening. Okay, now I'm ready for this. Tape down these edges. By the way, Jill, I haven't seen Alan or talked to Alan in a while. How's he doing? How's your man doing? Didn't quite work out as well as I had hoped. Come on. Stick down. You know you want to. It's your job, your tape. There we go. Took a little extra persuading, that's all. And let's fold this over. Get the top even, that's more important. And the bottom. Okay, so we got that. And let me tape one side. I'll tape it here, and then I'll run a tape line yeah, I'll run a tape line around all of that and hammer that all down all at once. I get the best people watching my stuff. I really do. Okay, so I need this guy here. Let's get this as square as we can. All right. We do have a lot of pine trees. The thing about pine needle tea is you got to make sure you know exactly what species of pine tree you have, because there are many conifers which are poisonous. And there's also, and Jill, you'll appreciate this, pine beer. Go over to when we're done here. Go over to Townsend's and Son, their YouTube channel, and they have a whole slew of things that you will love. I want to get a few fruit trees. We have 2 old pears, but they have seen better days, and a whole lot of chestnuts. I love chestnuts. They also chestnut seeds, chestnuts, before you crack off the outer shell, make very great slingshot ammunition. Ask Adam. And that's a dark side one. Seriously though, I do love chestnuts, and I believe we actually had at my parents' house here, we had really good luck with some peach trees. Let's see. I want to get a few fruit trees, and damn it, Christopher, no slingshots. Why not? Why no slingshots, Michaela? Oh, and welcome to the chat, by the way. Nice of you to finally join us. He's home with Ellie today. He has been doing some fishing on occasion, working on some projects of his own. Awesome. He should post them and stuff. I'm always curious as to the things your husband gets up to. If I had been able to get to the hardware store, I probably would have been doing my own projects, mainly restarting my forge. Here at my parents' house. Alright, let's hammer this tape down and then Okay. Let's get this guy trimmed up. Nice and careful. All right. It's looking good. You're welcome to come forge for them in the fall. Just watch for bears. The bear should watch for me. I'm gonna get this guy on here. Just like that. It's a little wasteful, but I do much prefer putting the tape on like this. It's much easier to control my placement. You long enough for this one? Yes, you are. Nah. If they try and start any shit with me, they'll wind up as a project on my show. Here. Got that correct? Yes. You will not be teaching our son and Jill's daughter how to hunt bears yet. That almost seems like a Ron Swanson quote. It is so much more fun when all of you are in here. Okay, now, don't screw this up, Chris. Everything is going so well so far. Right. Bear jerky. Yeah. Best quote from the stream, and the mothers waiting for you to hunt bears with their babies. Dark Side of Naismith is Ron Swanson approved. How cool would it be to have him, show up to my shop one day? All right. Should I round the corners or keep them square? I think keep them square for this project. There's already enough visual interest going on here, I think. So this guy, I want to switch out the head. Where is that piece? We're done with the tape. I remember you went to see the Nick Offerman show, and I was very, very displeased with you. Here we go. Trying to talk Alan into making a dagger for me. Awesome. I need to polish up this groover head. So instead of trying to use that, I want to try and use the other side of the head, which will just give me a straight line, as opposed to using my, the dividers. So I think this might give me a little bit better of a and I counted everything for a 1/8 inch edge. So what kind of dagger are you looking to have your hubby get for you? The stabby kind. Well, are you looking for like a stiletto? Or are you looking for, you know, a hunting dagger, a sax, or seax, however you want to pronounce it? Come on. Okay. Okay, so there's the groove line. Everything is stuck down. Let's bevel the edges. Should I bevel the edges now or stitch it? I think I should stitch it first, then bevel the edges, and then, yeah, stitch it first, then bevel the edges. This is going so much faster today. Much enjoyment. Good morning, Kels. Nice of you to join us. I got my tea and bacon. Awesome. Oh, I'm sorry, Michaela. I didn't make you any bacon. Can I get one more? No. Start right there. All the meats. Yes. now I want to go to Arby's. Arby's is disgusting. Taco Bell, man, now you might be talking there. Don't disgrace the name of Arby's. Arby's is garbage, Michaela. They disgrace themselves. Women versus men. I mean, Taco Bell's kind of garbage too, but they don't really pretend elsewise. They know they're drunk food. Last warning. Last warning, or else what? Thank you, Eileen. I agree, Joey. Yeah, Joey, I agree. Arby's has betrayed them. Love Arby's. Ew. See, that's the thing too, Eileen. It makes me, Arby's makes me sick every time I try for it. Can't stand it. All right. Let's get the stitch line in. Now, let's see. So, it's 1, 2, Chick-fil-A is not too bad. I've never gotten sick from there. Okay, now let's see this new Riza thread shine. Hopefully. I want to make a lynch mob that lynches lynch mobs. Okay. Have fun with that. What do you walk around carrying? Like, buckets of water or squirt guns and stuff? The food is company itself is trash. I actually rather like the Chick-fil-A food. But Popeyes, I believe, is better than Chick-fil-A. And if we're going to be talking chicken, Chester's Chicken, they have a branch in Carbondale. It's in like a mini mart type deal. And oh my god, so delicious. Start here. Let's start this hole. It's about even. And I think we're going to pull this back so I could sew comfortably. One more hit off the vape and one more drink of the coffee. And let's get sewing. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Is this the right side? Yes. And when did I go from that? Well, that's such a satisfying noise. Kind of sad you guys can't hear it. Popeyes is pretty good, Jill, but I don't think they have any around us. Unfortunately. Oh, do they have one in Scranton Wilkes-Barre now? Oh, well, look at that. You learn something new every day. And this would be so much easier if I could get my stitching pony set up. I just don't think there's anywhere here for me to set it up at. And 7 people in the room with us. Look at that, guys. Let's see, Joey, I've made many a midnight run at lunchtime. We barely get what we wanted, as then we're almost closed and we're always clocked back in late, but it was worth it. One by my job in Music and the other across the room, or across from Coles in Wilkes-Barre. Interesting. Interesting. So what's something we can talk about while I'm sitting here sewing? That's some good conversation starters. Let's see, Michaela is doing makeups, and Eileen adopted a high school senior, so I'm working on stuff to put in a goodie bag. You adopted? Interesting. And Michaela has glitter. Great. She has glitter. I definitely need to find a way to get my stitching pony set up. So yeah, what do you mean you adopted a high school senior, Eileen? Please clarify that for us. See, some of the high schools are doing it. They have a list of seniors and their likes and dislikes, what their future plans are. You make a goodie bag to brighten their spirits. My neighbor has a daughter that is a senior, so I'm supporting the local school. Awesome. I cannot wait to see what you come up with. That is fantastic, and seniors this year really. I feel bad for them. They're getting the shit end of the stick as far as this virus is concerned. Um, I mean, they're not dying or anything, but it's so far. You know, they're gonna the most important day of their life to this point is going to be ruined. Um, that's tough for someone who's all hyped up on emotions and everything else. I feel bad for him. It's very awesome that you're doing that, Eileen. I wonder if we could do something like that here. Because I would definitely like to help out my alumni. Or not alumni, future alumni. I'm sure quite a bit of other people would as well. Okay, so this is a problem I'm running into with this leather. Not this leather, this thread, which I did not anticipate. It's getting kind of wound up and caught up on itself. Check your local high school, see if they are doing it. I definitely will. It's a good way to brighten their spirits and get the business out there. Win-win. Definitely a win-win. Honestly, I'd do it even if it didn't get my business out there. Just to help somebody out. I should start considering doing those like sports sponsorship pamphlets and stuff that high school teams do. I'd be fine using that for mindless entertainment, or not mindless entertainment, as a sponsorship opportunity. So I am very happy with these new needles and this new thread. I was having one hell of a time last week trying to sew up that SD card holder. And now I see why. Come on. Let's straighten these guys out. You need to drop down this way, and you need to be on top. I'm also trying to consciously make the stitches nicer and more consistent. It is going a lot smoother. These needles are a lot thinner, and this thread is also a lot thinner. And since I'm going through, small size pricking irons, it is definitely helping out to have thinner needle and thread. And this thread comes pre-waxed, so it is it goes through the holes a lot easier as well. Did I get that caught up? Yes, I did. Last week was a humongous pain in the balls trying to get it to work. Because the thread was thick, the needles were thick, and the thread wasn't waxed, which I didn't think made a big deal, but I guess it does. The more you know. Because I'm going through 3 layers right now, and it's like I'm sewing one. It's fantastic. And for some reason, these needles don't be seeming to be getting as gummed up as the other ones were, with the TEDS tape, because I'm sewing through that as well. And I'm not sure why that is. I wish I could understand that. Oh, I am so happy with this purchase. Even if I didn't get all the other stuff, just the new needles and thread is worth it alone. Oh boy, what a change. I mean, it sounds kind of strange that I'm so happy with with new needles and new thread, but it was a real pain in the ass last time. Like, I almost had to sew completely with using a pair of pliers. It was so tough on my hands. And I ended up remaking the entire SD card holder anyway, so I had to do double duty. I was not happy with how my first attempt came out. Mainly because it wouldn't work for its actual purpose. Well, I guess you could kind of understand where I'm coming with. In such that there's nothing more, for me, there's nothing more pleasurable than when things just glide through. Which is why, and for me, it's not just a safety issue, but why I always say, cook with a sharp knife. It also just makes it more enjoyable. Of a process. If you enjoy doing it more, if it's easier, you're going to enjoy it more. If you enjoy it more, you're going to do it more often, and you're going to get better at it. So, very important to always have sharp implements, and to have the right implement as often as you possibly can. The only thing that would make this easier and better for me is if I had my stitching pony. However, there's nowhere around here that I can clamp it to, which is unfortunate. I can clamp it outside, but I can't bring you guys outside with me. And for those of you who are curious, I actually do have a video on how to make a very simple stitching pony. Was it, what, 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago I put that up? So right before all this stuff happened, I built one at the shop. That was my last shop project. And while it's not the prettiest thing on earth, it is so super So useful. So super easy to make one. And I have to be honest with you guys, I'm kind of nervous as to how that pin holder is going to go on and hold up. This one over here. Come on. Come on. I'm going to figure out some way to avoid that, because that is a pain in the ass. And if I like the way this one turns out this afternoon, or this evening, I'll measure it up and make a pattern off this as well. Because now it seems like the only thing missing in my leatherworking repertoire before I start making this stuff professionally is a press for my maker's mark, and I would much like to have a hot foil press. And what that will basically do is stamp into the leather and also kind of emboss it with some foil that will be left behind. which I think that would be the last piece of this puzzle to make a really slick, professional go at it. I think after that I could be very, very satisfied asking a pretty good dollar for these things. What do you think? Lunch break. Sweet. So, Jill, what are you having for lunch today? Food. Chelsea wants more food. I have to say, I'm actually rather content with my calorie consumption for now. Alright, that should have been the most difficult part of the stitching. Let's see, reheating a Reuben from dinner last night. That sounds good. What actually makes up a Reuben? Never really had them. I don't think I've ever had a Reuben. Let's see, and Jill is having a chicken Caesar salad. All right. The health update will be on soon. I'll stick around, but I'll probably mute you. That's fine. You only need to pay attention when I finish this for the giveaway. Everything else is just fluff and enjoyment with all of us as a group. because it'll probably take me another half hour, 45 minutes to get this finished stitching and then slick and burnish the edges. One of the few edible things in the cafeteria. Well, I mean, I'm glad you have something, but that kind of sucks as to options. I'm sorry to hear that, but it sounds good. Bum, 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 bum. You know, I cannot wait until the day where instead of just being a thing that passes my time, this is what I actually get to do every day of my life. Make videos, talk to you guys, and make pretty things to send out into the world. Well, all the time you guys are spending watching me, all my Patreons, and all the time you guys share me out, every single minute, every single share, every single dollar is getting me closer to that dream. Closer to the dream where I could see Connor every single day of my life. See him off to school every day, cook him breakfast every morning. See him come home off the bus. Get into an argument with him every day about why his homework wasn't done, his report card, the homework he has to do tonight, all of it. Though if he's anything like me, he's going to have a breeze of a time when it comes to senior projects. Or really any project at that matter. I wonder if my nephew Jacoby is watching me today. See if he'll take a stab at winning this. Then I can see really how long this stuff weathers. I mean, if you take care of it, this thing should be along a long way further than you. Way longer than you, if you take care of it. Oil it every now and then. Don't let it go through the washing machine. What type of stitch am I doing? This is called a saddle stitch. So you need 2 different needles. And the thread, typically you want to use triple the thread. Triple the length of thread. That you would need than the length of the thing. But it is a very super strong stitch, and it looks very pretty and very professional when it's finished. And I'm using the pricking irons I have. I could have gone for straight or diamond. I went for the diamond pattern because it leads, when you're careful with your stitch, it makes the stitching look like it's a roped edge. Which to me just adds a little touch of class that you don't get with a machine stitch. And since I can't afford $3,000, $1,200, whatever leather stitching machine, I might as well do the stitching the prettiest way I can, as opposed to the fastest way. Though, if I were to make a go of just doing leather work, most people don't care that it's hand stitched, and they'd rather a cheaper product. Now, if I had that expensive sewing machine, this whole project would have been done about 45 minutes ago, an hour ago, maybe less. And if I had patterns, that would probably take another half hour, 40 minutes off. And then if I didn't have patterns and instead I had clickers, which are pretty much die cuts, that would take this whole project down to 20 minutes or so, which would make this a $30 item, $30 or $40 item. Which is much more reasonable. But if you're doing leather work, there's only a few stitches that you really need to know. And the saddle stitch is the primary one. And it's mostly used for running straight seams or slightly curved seams. If you paid attention on my the 2 Plague Doctor masks, the one I did for the giveaway and the real size, the life size one, there was 2 different stitches. You had the cross stitch and the saddle stitch. And I used the cross stitch to sew up the underside of the beak and the top of the beak. And it provides either an X or perpendicular line, depending on which way you do it. And the saddle stitch is just a nice line. Now I always use a little bit more thread than they recommend, because I hate getting to the end of a stitch line and you don't have enough to finish your run. So I'd prefer to have way not enough, and might run into that problem. I prefer to have way not enough and have to do the stitch line, restart the stitch line in the middle of a thing, as opposed to getting to the very end and needing only another ½ inch of thread. So I'd rather use way too much and run out, or and waste a little bit of thread, as opposed to getting to the end. It's just more frustrating. Now, I actually learned how to do this in middle school, one of my home economics classes. They taught us leatherwork, sewing, cooking, and then there was another optional one. There's two that you could do. You had to do one or the other. I forget what the other one was, but I took etiquette. And that has served me quite well over my life. And I think I'll have enough thread. That's one thing that worries me about doing this live, is I don't want to tear threads out and redo it, because that takes a lot of time. This stitch is also already kind of slow. So to redo it would be horrendously unfortunate. And it looks like I'm not going to have enough thread. I'll get mostly done, and then we will tie off. I think I'll get to this side and tie off, get some more thread, and continue on. was really cute today. Connor was watching Aladdin, Prince of Thieves with me. He was so interested in it. He actually wanted out of his jumper to get on the floor, and then when he got on the floor, he just kind of flopped back onto the ground and just was watching the whole thing. 'Twas adorable, y'all. All right, this is the part I am most concerned about. Just because I've never done anything quite like this before. We got everything skived down, skived down, and glued together, and I think I got it pretty good. But it still worries me. And I think out of the whole piece, this will be the biggest point of failure, if there is one. But we'll get to the other side. We'll tie off this thread, get some more, and then we're almost done. Bevel and slick the edges, and then we will do the giveaway. That's really the exciting part of Saturday. It's not seeing my ugly mug. I'll probably be finding out today or not, speaking of the health thing, whether I'm going back to work this week or not. Because mentally I'm in two camps about that. I very much want to go back to work, and at the same time, I'd rather spend more time home and get all this sorted out than go back early and screw everything up. So we'll see what happens, I do suppose. Okay, so I've gotten down to this point. What I'm going to do is backstitch to here and then pull the thread out through this seam. At least that's what my plan is, the seam in here. Tie it off and make my knot and burn it inside of here. And then the knot I'm gonna do is just a square knot. Let's pass these guys this way. Just be a little easier. So, yeah. Basic square knot. We'll do left over right. And then have to really get this pushed in there so it hides nicely. And then right over left. That'll be nicely hidden. You won't see that at all. You can see the knot in there just a little bit, I think. That was a dumb idea. That is something you need a thread zapper for. Whew. Cooked my fingers a little bit. All right. All right, Christopher, time to stop screwing around. Time to finish this project up. All right, so I think where my problem was I should have quadrupled this instead of tripled this area, but oh well. That's one. Not like this. Okay, so that's one. Two. And three. It's kind of funny when you get cheaper kits, the quality of things varies so much. And that was a real cheap starter kit I got from my sister-in-law. And it's actually one I picked out. It was meant to be a cheap starter kit. But the quality on things varies so wildly in those little kits. But usually it's low to mediocre. The scissors that came in that kit these guys right here, oh my lord, they are the best. That is the single best pair of scissors I've ever owned in my life. Like I would hurt somebody if they took those scissors. What else was in there that was super nice? There's like 3 items in there in that whole kit that were just, they had no business being part of that kit. Just way too nice for a cheap leather kit. The scissors, and there was one other, or there's like three other things in there. Oh, the standard hand tools. With the exception of the scratch-all, are way above where they should be. And what challenge is accepted? Why, hello. You definitely did your makeup. You look good.
I did. Thank you. We were missing you because it's been like 3 hours.
Yep. Well, I'm almost done.
And I thought you might want to see your button.
I do. Come here, little man.
Where's your needle?
Oh. Hey, guys. Say hello to my little man, Kana. Well, don't take.
Don't take.
Nope. My little buddy Connor. Yep, little man and the missus. He is so confused, guys. I wish you could see things on my... Actually... He keeps looking from me to my computer screen because you can see me on my screen. Adorable. But yeah. So all the hand tools, except for the scratch-all, were just way too nice to be in a cheap leather kit. They had no business being in there, so way above what it should have been. What are you doing? No. Michaela?
Challenge accepted. Goodbye.
You are going to be in trouble.
Okay, I felt bad. Here, you can have them back. I know you need them.
Yes, I do. Also, cool thing about these, and I'm probably going to put a link to this in one of my videos here soon. You can take off the blades and sharpen them independently.
Connor, say goodbye to everybody.
See you, buddy. Don't take.
Say goodbye. Bye, guys.
Yes, that's der baby. So that is, I have to say, this is probably the best leather kit anyone's ever bought or put together. Fantastic. And yes, he is precious and funny and ridiculous until he shits himself. And he does that very often and in incredible fashion. And then he is no longer so precious. Nor is he very precious at 2 in the morning when he starts screaming his head off. But I knew what I was getting myself into. Yeah, see, Jill, we're going to have to get together at some point, and we're going to have the babies introduced to each other. Okay. I don't know. I wouldn't say they're always precious, but it is very, very much worth being a father. Best decision of my life. I say I can't wait to have more kids, and I want a lot of kids, but I can wait a little bit. I can wait a little bit longer for number 2. So this is definitely a hobby that I'm going to make money on, I think. Because some of these things are just gorgeous. And I can do them at home, which is a huge plus with a youngin'. I am so excited about doing all this leather work. I do have to say, last night, or rather this morning, it was a bit of a fight because he goes up and down, up and down, up and down. So Michaela had finally had enough of it, and I don't want to upset Mama Bear too much. So about quarter to 4, quarter after 4, I don't remember. He started screaming. Well, she just put him down. So she just fed him and put him down. So All right, cool, whatever. So I decided to get up and take him because he can't be hungry. So maybe he just needs to get changed or he needs to be rocked a little bit longer, whatever. So I rock him for about half an hour, put him down. He was dead asleep as soon as his body touched that bed, screaming. I tried that 2 or 3 times, gave up, and finally just laid in bed with him on my chest. Cute and adorable, but oh my goodness. I'm afraid I'm going to strangle him or roll onto him or drop him on the floor or something in my sleep. So I couldn't sleep where the dickens. Yeah. Cute, just not 3 in the morning cute. Let's see. Jill, Ellie's new thing is temper tantrums by turning her back to you and pouting whenever you ask for something she doesn't want. Oh, that's adorable. That's absolutely adorable, Jill. See, that's cute. That's cute. That's adorable. I could deal with that if that was the case. Yeah, I'm not sure how Connor's going to do when he finally gets to his own room. We'll just have to wait and see, I suppose. Right now, the crib is set up next to our bed at my parents' house and at our apartment. So we'll just have to wait and see how he does with that. And then by next year, I'm going to be making him a bed. Oh my goodness. What time do they start sleeping in real beds? 2? 3? almost done with the longest, most uninteresting part of the build. The stitching for the Plague Doctor mask was cool because that's what gave it its shape. This is all just kind of 2D shapes layered onto one another. So I know it's not as exciting. But I'll tell you this, y'all. It is such an improvement. Just different needles, different thread. Such an improvement. This has actually been fun for me to stitch. Just because of how easy the transition is. Let's see, Jill. Yep, we turned the crib into a bed a month ago and went straight from bedside bassinet to her own bed. Wow, that is awesome. That is pretty incredible. And yes, Joey, yay progress. It's nice when this goes from being a chore to something that's enjoyable. Because one thing a lot of people don't know and don't realize about me is I actually really enjoy sewing. Specifically, I enjoy hand sewing. It's very meditative for me. But when you need to use a pair of pliers, it loses some of that luster and lore. It has all been brought back to me. So, very, very, very happy. All right, home stretch. Just a couple more passes through. Okay, boop. Let's see. Jill. She hated being in the crib and loves the bed. She is 22 months now. She also sleeps through the night for the most part in her own room. That is awesome. That is really awesome news, Jill. I'm going to overstitch this through the other thread, I believe. And try and come out through the 2 layers here. Then when we burn it down and pound it in, should be all but invisible. So, square knot, left over right. And then right over left. All right, that is the worst part, or not the worst part, but the most arduous part. Done. Beautiful. Okay, let's hammer the stitch line down. Look at that. Let's do a little final trim, because I see this piece is just a wee bit proud. Okay. Let's bevel the edges, polish this up, and put it on the chopping block for you guys. So I don't think I'm going to bevel these edges here. Where's the ruler? can't see what I'm doing. And let's do the back side, and then we could slick and where's that sanding stick? Go. Okay, that looks all good to me. Gum track. What are you doing with the file? seems just like filing. Pretty much. I'm just getting some of the rougher edges a little bit more even. Things don't always work out perfectly. And sometimes the skiving, or not the skiving, the, what you call it, the edge beveler gets a little messed up when you go and do those, when you're going from one thickness to another. And since I have 3 different layers on here, it's not always happy. So I'm just taking that nail file basically and massaging some of the edges. I know you guys can't hear him, but Connor is upstairs screaming his head off. So really any nail file will work for that. Doesn't have to be anything, purpose built for sanding leather or whatever. And the gum trag is all over. I don't hear child, I hear pupper. Well, it's neither, actually. So let's start slicking. And like I said before, you don't really want pressure. You want to build up some heat is really what you're looking for. You're trying to burnish those edges. Where is my razor? And as for slicking edges and stuff, you could also you can buy attachments for like Dremels and stuff. If you don't want to get a hand slicker like this. He sounds very unhappy up there. burnish these edges twice real quick. And then we'll throw on some beeswax. Yeah, build up that friction and get a nice polished edge. See how that's starting to work right there? Beautiful. I love it when a plan comes together. Love the way this stuff smells. It is fantastic. All right. This is really starting to look nice and professional, guys. I am very happy with how this is turning out. Yeah. All right, all right. And they say the more you use a slicker, the faster it starts to work. I'm not sure why that is, but I certainly hope that becomes the case. home stretch, guys. Gonna be starting to apply the beeswax and then, get this on the road. Okay, I think I'm done with the gum trag. Because I know as far as Saturdays are concerned, everyone is most keen about the guessing game. Because let's be honest, that's the fun part. Seeing who wins what. Where's that slicker? This. Oh, this is looking so good. I am so happy I bought this edge finishing kit. Oh, that looks so nice. So happy with it. Oh yeah. Oh, this is so nice. I do have to say, this is probably the nicest leather thing I've made in my life so far.